Well, well, well. Hello everyone. Welcome back for some more GameDev. Let's see if we can get all the audio levels set up properly. I'm gonna take that off the screen. And let's open up the level here. So, how's everyone doing on this beautiful Friday afternoon finish time? Today I'm going to spend some time on these buildings here, and if we're fast enough, then maybe we'll have time for some other things as well. But yeah, let's start with these buildings. So these are up here on the Refinery hill, which we have seen many times. I have remodeled these two guys here. Namely this one, the power cell dispenser thing, which you can sort of drive under here and it will plop out a power cell for you. Now looks vastly different to what it used to previously. That's one thing. I have this already actually unwrapped. I did a little bit of preparation because unwrapping is kind of... it's not necessarily the most interesting thing to watch someone do. So I figured maybe I'll just unwrap that in advance. Let's have a quick look here. You can find it. Power cell dispenser is this one. And Blender is being a bit slow. Here we go. So, if we look at this, we have a pretty really nicely packed UV map here. Thank God for UV Packmaster for doing this packing, which it does this well. Given a little bit of time in heuristic search, produces things like this, and that means that we are basically ready to just start texturing this guy, which shouldn't be all that tricky. We also have this power station, or power plant as I call it, here, which has this little bit of an explosion going on here. You can see there's like a pretty big hole in the roof here. One of the smokestacks have fallen down. And actually not all of these are part of this model that we're going to be texturing right now. The smokestacks are one, and then there's like this blocking smokestack here that's a separate one. But we have this building, which includes this turbine hall or whatever we call that. And this is also unwrapped, so we're ready to start texturing that too. And so basically we can just start. There's not really any more two things about it. We have a couple of these power cells here. This is supposed to be sort of like a conveyor belt where they sort of come up and then they get filled and come out here at the bottom. So they are not part of this. And we also have a radio mast on the top. This one actually needs to be textured as well. It's another thing that we might do today if time allows. But we'll see. And the way I was thinking I would texture these guys is sort of similar to how we did with this ramp. Actually, I did this ramp offline. I didn't do it on stream, but it's kind of like the same idea. Let's see if we can find that one. Yeah, it's not one of those. however, refinery ramp. And so we do a few things that we've done previously with the cliffs and all of that. We have a bunch of materials. In this case, actually, we really only have 2, I think. We have edge highlights and we have the color placement RGB material, which supports placing colors based on like a color placement texture. So this uses like the red channel for certain textures, green channel for other textures. I don't actually have that many here. And then of course you can just map these values to any kind of color that you want. And then finally what I did with this was I added some painted details on top, so you can see sort of like if we toggle this on and off, it's actually kind of drastic. That's actually weird. That's not how I wanted. That is the actual difference that we get. So here we get like a little bit of almost like tire tracks. They get painted in, and then some dirt and crap. I was thinking I might do the same thing for those buildings as well. But that I cannot do actually on stream, or I can do on stream, but I'm not really set up to record that stuff, so it probably won't be done today on this stream. But I might do it later. And so it's worth keeping in mind that I might want to do that. Here on the stream though, we will most definitely do the edge highlights, which I should be able to find somewhere. Oh, actually here. So edge highlights add this like a little bit of extra sort of flair to the model by, if I toggle it on and off like this, you can see that like all the edges are automatically highlighted. You can do whatever you want with it really, but I'm using them as edge highlights like this. And this is something that we actually bake into another texture that we can then, looks like this, that we can then use to control something with. And here I quite simply just add that color onto the material, and it gives this sort of look. We go actually shut down the ramp here and we go have a look at the tanks. So these guys have also been recently modeled. Now that I think about it, it might actually be that these tanks are the sort of closest. They're the ones that have the setup that is closest to what we're going to want to do today. So these guys also have the edge highlights. The tanks actually, they don't have that much detail actually. They have these sort of entry points where the pipes connect. So you can see like these things here and also here. And yeah, these pipes aren't textured yet, so they look kind of flat. But other than that, these don't have actually that much detail going on. But they do have the edge highlights somewhere, if I can find it. Here we go. So that would be like that one. Yeah, you can see like it looks really, really flat and boring without it, and then add the edge highlights and it kind of elevates it to something else. That's an interesting thing here in Blender. I don't know if you can see it, how well you can see it on the stream. There's like a little bit of strange sort of red stuff coming through there. And I don't think that's anything that's really visible in the game. Just something with Blender's Blender render. And yeah, there's a little bit of red here, but that's actually painted in there. It's one of those painted details things. So painted details with this one, that would be like this mix node here. If we toggle this on and off, you can see there's actually quite a bit of like, just like rust and crap painted on these guys. And then I even have some decals here, namely that one text there, which is just baked into the diffuse texture. So I might want to have some decals on these other buildings as well, because they're kind of complicated. But we'll see. We'll see what comes of it. Anyway, let's start with one of these. I don't know which one is like the easier to start with. I think this dispenser facility has much more actual geometry than this guy. This is kind of simple. The smokestacks are actually kind of geometrically complex. The actual building here isn't necessarily. I don't know, let's just go with this one. We need to do them both. So it doesn't really matter which one we start with. So let's bring in the, what is it called? Asset browser? Asset library. So I have a few materials here that I use to bake these things. Let's see what we have the work textures here. So we have refinery tanks, color placement, we have decals, that's just that one text that we saw. We have the diffused one, which is like essentially like the output, the baked results. We have the highlights and we have the painted details. So we're gonna probably want to create basically all of these things. I'm thinking. So maybe we actually want to quite simply append that material from the tank file into here. But anyway, let's start with just creating some materials here. So this is called power cell dispenser. At least here in the data of the game, it is called that. And so we'll want to have a diffuse texture. We want to probably work with 4K textures and then possibly have it scaled down for the game. Let's start with that. Diffuse texture, and we'll save it in the work folder. There we go, and protect it. So that Blender doesn't garbage collect it for some reason. And then we want to have an edge highlights texture. Also no alpha and blank, and save it there. We want to protect it and we want to save it. And then I think we'll want to have color placement as well. RGB. Calling it RGB, it is obviously an RGB texture, but I'm specifically naming it RGB because like I do color placement in a few different ways, and this RGB way is sort of where the different channels mean different things. Like with the cliffs, if you've seen any of my cliff painting videos, we also did color placement there, but that was just sort of like an influence map rather than using the individual channels for things. Then let's do a painted details, which again will stay unused in this stream. Did I actually protect all of those? Yes, I did. Good. And then let's have a decals there, just so that I have it and I can refer to it from the... Oh, I think those should actually have had alpha. The other one should have had alpha as well. That's annoying. Okay. Let's see if we can fix that somehow. And that should be decals. There we go. Protect that and save that and save it there. Alright, so let's see. Painted details. This needs to have alpha as well. Let's actually just like remove that completely. Bye-bye. And create it again. So we'll go to Refinery. Parcel dispenser. Work. Painted details. Yeah, that was it, right? Painted details. Yes. Take that away. So Blender says 0 here. That means that it's not used for anything. So now if we do like a revert, yes, it should have been removed from this. No, that one wasn't actually protected. Let's protect that. So now we have the dispense color placement, decals, diffuse, edge highlights, and we still want to add the color placement RGB alpha, and that needs to be a 4K as well. Oh, really? What? I did something wrong. Let's see. What do we have? Right, so we have the color placement alpha here. That's annoying. Let's go. Please go away. Revert. Revert. Right, now we don't have it. Okay, now we have just the three ones that we actually want. Color placement RGB. Let's make sure it has an alpha channel now. There we go. Save. And we can just save it on top of that. Yeah, that's fine. Alright. And protect it. Yeah. Blender's file management, like texture management, is kind of wonky sometimes. Alright. Oh, by the way. I think I did something else wrong as well. But we can fix it here. Because those alpha textures, they of course, they shouldn't be filled with black. They should be filled with like with nothing, right? Let's make the fall off really steep, and let's just clear them by hand like this. I don't want to mess around with any files anymore. There we go. So now save that, and then we have the painted decal, decals. Yeah, I think I removed the wrong. The decals needs to have. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing things incorrectly here. Right, color placement should in fact be black, right? Yeah, that's true. Color placement should be black, because a black color placement color means like don't modify what was already there in the material. Yes, okay. I'm just being confused here now. So now we have a black color placement RGB, we have a black or transparent decals texture, a black diffuse which we haven't baked to, and also a black edge highlights which we haven't baked to. So now we can do painted details, and this should be alpha, and the way we can actually make it alpha is by just pulling that down. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so now we should have everything. Sorry about that. That was just me being bad at my job here. Color placement black, decals transparent, diffuse black, edge highlights black, and painted details also transparent. Good, and they're all protected. So now we can finally move on to other things. Actually, maybe we'll keep the image editor there for the time being. So the first order of business would be to bake those edge highlights into the edge highlight texture, and we can do that by dragging this, let's see, material edge highlight, simply drag it onto the guy. Shader editor, and let's make this be our power cell dispenser edge highlights, and we'll turn on the rendered mode, and we can see the beautiful edge highlights coming through there. That's nice. Let's turn off the floor because it makes things kind of difficult to see. So let's have a look here. What does this look like? Does this look good? I think it looks pretty good. Yep, that looks pretty decent. Might want to up the radius a little bit. We can always rebake this later if we need to. Yeah, we have these drapes or I don't know what those are. They get a little muddy with that much of a radius. Should I keep it at that? Do like 0.15. 0.15 is probably fine. Let's keep it at 0.15. Yeah, we have a whole lot more detail on this guy than we have on the power plant, so just want to make sure that all of this comes through. And now we can bake to that guy, so let's do bake, and we need to bake the emit. And just click bake. Shouldn't take more than a few more seconds, although the model is a fair bit more complicated than cliffs and other things that we've been doing lately, so let's see. Yeah, it actually takes quite long. But it usually starts slow and then picks up speed. Yeah, now you can see that now we're at like 50%. And then it probably just jumps to 100 all of a sudden. Except no, it just keeps chugging. Did I remember to? Yeah, GPU compute. I don't have the strongest GPU in this machine, so kind of makes sense, I guess, that it would take a little bit of time. There we go. All right. So let's save that. Make sure we don't lose that progress. And yeah, we can see quite a lot of detailed stuff in here. Good. So now then, if we let's protect that material in case we need it later. Let's append from the tank file. So refinery tanks, let's do material as that stud material color placement RGB. We can get it from over here, but I'm actually just gonna grab it from over there because it had some interesting additions. And we can see it looks kind of wonky here. That's because we have the wrong textures here. So refinery tanks, no, we want the dispenser diffuse, we want the dispenser color placement, we want the dispenser edge highlights, decals, and painted details, like so. And now we can see that, oh, something is happening. So we have like a base color, which is this thing here, which is probably not actually what we want. But regardless, if we tone it down enough, we can see that we indeed now have edge highlights. And these are now actually just red from the texture. So what we want to actually do here now is just look at this and make sure that they all look nice. You can see that we even have a little bit of an interior going on here. Namely this thing here. That's just because I have some of these windows are actually see-through. So I basically need to have something here. So I just made like a small L-shaped room here inside of it. Then we'll put some semi-transparent windows on this thing, and it will hopefully look kind of neat. Oh yeah, the edge highlights look good. So that's good. And that means that now we can start messing around with the actual color placement. I'm thinking that like the base color should probably be, let's see, put down saturation to nothing first. I'm thinking some kind of creamy white. And the renderer here doesn't exactly match what we have in game, so we're gonna have to actually like verify it there. I don't know, maybe like a slight bit at the like redder, in the redder direction, and then just scale back the saturation like quite a lot actually. Something like that maybe. And then we have these channels. So we have the RGB, so that would be R, G, and then B. And the logic here is that if we have something that's over half in the R channel, for example, we override the color with something. If we have over half in G, we color it with something else. And here I actually have two, so I have half and 3/4. We can actually bring this down. If we want to have even more colors, let's just bring that down to 0.25. That's actually probably a better idea. And I'm going to want to come up with a darker sort of roof color for this. So let's just bring that down. Actually, before we do that, let's just make it something completely outrageous, like green. Just to make sure that we can assign those areas. And we can clearly see that, okay, that is now the green color coming through. And so we want to sort of figure out, okay, which of these areas do we want to actually have with like a darker roof color, and I have a pretty good idea of that already. So what I'm going to do is select the faces for the areas that I want to color in a dark color. That would be like those. I think even that and that actually. And then that. And then probably like these areas here. Including around these openings. Actually not that. Probably that as well, and that and that. We actually have a few there on that side as well that we want to include, and that, but not actually that. So yeah, my seams aren't necessarily always a straight one-to-one mapping to the different colored areas. And then those faces too. Yep. That looks pretty decent as a selection. What about this sort of hatch here on the top? I think it probably should be included as well, but I'm not sure about this outside. Let's figure that out in a second. Actually, yeah, let's just put it in. Have that that colored as well, using the roof color. It is on the roof after all. That's probably good. So let's go with that. And now what we can do is we go to texture paint and we go to the color placement. And now we need to paint to the red channel. So let's do fill color and set the color to be absolutely red. So FF0000, the reddest of reds. I'm gonna bring the strength down. So we're gonna have to click it quite a few times actually, but we don't want to go over this 0.25 threshold here. So click, 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 click. A few more. There we go. Good. So now we have that, and that is clearly now of this particular channel that we assigned to it. If we go have a look here in the thing, we have those are now the roof sections. Let's save that. Now we can go and actually make this like a more sensible roof color. Right. Actually, how do I want to do this? Saturation value. And it should be darker than the base color, clearly. Is that actually? Yeah, it's kind of dark. After all, not sure if I want to have it quite this dark, but we'll see. Right, what do we have here? It's not like yeah, that's just a shadow. looking strange. Maybe we can turn off the shadows here. How do I do that? Do I have to have some sort of... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know actually. Compositor, camera, blah blah blah, render pass. Yeah. Okay, let's not mess with that now. Anyway, so that's like this way we can assign various different areas with different colors. I'm thinking that one of these objects that I have here has like the roof, not the roof, but the door color, the color I typically use for doors. But it is possible that I quite simply don't have any painted doors in this level yet. I have a few doors like this. Might be one over here. There's a door color, but that's not the typical color I use for doors. That's a funky door. It's a very funky door. Okay, well, never mind. Let's just come up with a color then. So let's call this base color. This would be roof color. Right. And this would be door color. So if we paint into the green, that would be red, green, and blue. Save that. Yeah. Something like that. So I'm probably gonna want to make a list to myself here what I actually want to have as different sort of color groups. I want the door, and I think I want these shutters or whatever those are. That's one. Then I think I probably want to have these tanks as a color. And maybe the pipes, tank pipes. That's another one. Then we have these supports here. We definitely want to have this thing here, and I think this should be like a bright yellow, because that is where the power cell is going to be coming out. So it kind of makes sense that it's like a bright yellow to sort of signal to the driver of the vehicle that, hey, this is where it needs to park. So let's call that something like power cell nozzle or something. Opening. Right. And then I think maybe this whole round thing, except for like that thing, should be like a slightly different. It shouldn't be the same color, the same base color as this. So let's just call that something like disc or something like that. All right. And yeah. That gives us a pretty good start. So for the door, let's make that like actually quite a bit darker. But again, let's make it some outrageous color to start. So like a red like that. That's probably fine. That would be green. So again, we need to select the faces that we want. So we want the door for sure. Is there a... No, that looks good. We want the shutters. I think I'm gonna use the same color for these fastenings where these supports are actually connected. And I'm going to use it for that one. I might actually use it for those as well. And then finally for this conveyor belt. Maybe like the whole thing, all of its pieces. So it's almost sort of like a detail color in a way. Yeah, let's go with that. And go to texture paint and have this toggled here, this face selection masking for painting. So you can only paint to these selected areas here. Now we want to paint. Let's make let's see, color palette. Add that to the color palette. Then we make a completely green one. We add that to the color palette, and then completely blue one. There we go. So green one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Takes 8 times to get to above the 0.25. That's fine. We got all the things selected or painted. Or selected actually is the correct term here. That's good. Okay, so saturation down and value quite a lot down as well. Yeah. All right. That could be kind of interesting. Then let's do the disc one, the disc color. So let's again make this outrageous blue. And let's see, what do we want to actually color here with the disc color? Probably these faces, all of these. Let's make that larger. All of this and those ones. If you have any questions, by the way, about what I'm doing or why I'm doing it, then by all means feel free to ask. I think I'm gonna keep these a separate color after all. I think that's probably gonna look nicer. So let's not do that. Let's not paint that, but we're gonna want to have those inner walls colored with this color as well. That includes that one. Yeah. That looks all right. Texture paint with blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Clearly not actually. Oh, it's at okay. That's why. Yeah, I had it set to half, not a quarter. There we go. That's it. The blue is probably not what what I actually want though. So I'm gonna have to look at that and figure something out. I'm just gonna add something semi randomly here. Let's make it like some kind of desaturated yellowish thing. I'm not sure. The nice thing about this is that when we have these things assigned to different areas, we can just look at them in the game and decide exactly how we sort of want those, what we want those colors to be, and it's really easy to change them. That may be a little too bright. Let's bring it down. And that's probably fine. Let's leave it like that. Yeah, some of these things look really strange, but we can paint sort of darkness in there. Plus, I have the ambient occlusion of the game, which will actually take care of a lot of hiding a lot of like sort of, how should I say this, dead ends basically, right? Like this thing is kind of clearly like a dead end, and of course we have the power cells there actually blocking the sight into that, so that'll be fine. Okay, I think I want these to actually be of the so-called door color as well. So let's color them. That was with the red, and I think it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, there we go. So that's good. Let's save that. So now we've used all the channels except the alpha channel to color things, but we've still used only like 1/4 of the range. And as you can see, we have to click like 8 times now, so I could of course support like any number of colors with this, but it gets kind of tricky to assign them if we have like many tens of levels. Anyway, let's now maybe reuse this. We can call that blue, just like the one above. So rather than just hooking this up here, what we will do is we will hook it here and then hook that up to there. And then we'll do, see, that needs to go to the red one, and that would be half. So now if we make this some ridiculous value like that, and we paint the red channel to be over 1/4, we should get that ridiculous color showing up. Let's see if that is the case indeed. So we can essentially take this entire inner sort of channel, power cell duct, if you will, and have it be like a bright yellow. So we need to paint red, just like a whole bunch of times. There we go. Sort of like a warning yellow. I don't know if this will look good like these color combinations, but that will have to, we'll have to see. I'm sort of regretting my choice of yellow here on this. You can always just try different hues and see what looks interesting. I think our base color needs to have a bit more hue to it, actually. Let's bring this over to the other monitor to get a better control over this thing. All right. Yeah. Let's have a quick check how this looks in the game, just to we get sort of an idea of these color levels, these brightness levels, all of that, and make sure the whole sort of pipeline is actually working. I know this looks kind of hideous, but that's not really the point at this stage yet. So let's do diffuse. Let's bake just the color, and we'll bake it into power cell dispenser diffuse. So just bake it. I need to select the object and bake it. And we'll see what happens. Alright, so there's our diffuse texture. Let's save that, and let's save it as a copy outside of... no, actually it's here. Power cell dispenser diffuse. That's good. Save as image. And we can go into the hazard browser, which has conveniently moved somewhere off screen. Here we go. And so we have refinery level specific. This is the thing. This is the blueprint file which holds the dispenser. We can clearly see it here. It is brown and uninteresting. And That is of course because it uses a blockout material. So if we go to the tanks, and we see it, look at the material that we have here. So this is probably actually a material variant. Yes. Right, so you can see the shader graph here in the background uses base material diffuse light mapped, and we can have a variant which overrides things like the diffuse texture. So let's call this power cell dispenser, and we'll quite simply refer to the texture that we created, that we baked. We'll save that, and we can shut that down. And then we have the path to the actual material, so we just plug that in. Yay, we have colors. You can see already this looks nicer because we have like SSAO and things here. So that's kind of cool. Now we can hot update this, but we need to do one reload of the level editor because the level editor actually doesn't hot update the blueprints. But now that we have the material selected, we can make changes to the material, and they will hot update here in the level editor as well. All right, so here's the building. Still looks kind of, I don't know, Teletubbies, but we'll figure it out. Let's have a look here at all the edge highlights. Make sure these look kind of how I expected them to. Yeah, so these color choices here are kind of hideous. Don't mind them. Yeah, this is actually probably not correct to have sort of the roof material there in those windows. Not exactly even sure what this should look like. Should we sort of cut it out here, cut it off? Or maybe here? Maybe that's actually what we want. Do we have any handy? We don't even have an edge there. Of course. I do think though that is probably the only sensible way to handle this. So we're gonna quite simply have to add a few edges there. Well, we don't have to have edges, but it makes sense in some sense. Right? Or do we not do that? Maybe we don't do that actually. Maybe we can just do it another way. It's arguably a little bit more manual, but who cares? So just quite simply paint here on the texture. Let's see. Oh, we're painting on the diffuse texture. Let's not do that. Not replace, but reload. Now we want to paint on the RGB texture. Right. So now we can see that we can actually get rid of that stuff just by painting it away. That look better. I don't know if it looks better. But I think that's how I'm going to leave it for now. Oh, hey Tutu. Well, I mean, you can always watch the VODs if you want. But don't worry. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's better. Maybe that is better. Let's leave it like that. All right. So, right, we have like three sort of main colors here now. None of them are particularly good. But now that we have them assigned, we can quite easily change them. I do think I want to actually set this to be like the thing that we called the detail color, though, at this point. Because I think then we have like most of the really sort of important pieces colored in one way or another. Still want to color more of these tanks and everything, of course, but if I paint that now with the correct color, let's see which one is the correct color. So with this door color, let's call it actually like detail color, because that's actually what it is. It is the green one, and we want to paint just a little bit of green one. So green, and we can just go. There we go. That makes it the detail color. Should we make these sort of connections here be detail colored as well? I think it makes sense to have them be detail colors or colored. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Right, so save and save. But anyway, we have 3 base colors now. Oh, we don't have. Oh. I did a boo boo, actually. Yeah, I did a boo boo. I've been looking at this like this doesn't look correct, and indeed it is not correct. We need to color these sides separately for these fastenings. Let's do that very quickly. Yeah, they are made up of 3 UV islands, and I have the select linked to be based on UV islands currently, which is really a handy way of doing it. Really wishing I had my 3D mouse now connected to this machine, but I don't. Just why I have to yank the camera around a little bit here. Right. So now then, let's fix that up. Color placement, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And there we go. Yeah, it's a little silly that I have it like I could maybe bump the strength a little bit to not have to click that many times, but it's kind of handy to have control. Okay, so let's do just for funsies, a bake and update the thing that's in the game. Yeah, still have to select that. And while it is actually baking, let's go and change the texture format here to be BC7. .3D camera. Did I say 3D camera? I meant 3D mouse. Oh yeah, you can get the FPS camera. I don't know actually the like fly navigation, I think is one. Oh no, actually it's walk animation is the one that I want. That's the FPS. The FPSest of cameras, like this. Woo! Now I can sort of move around here. The thing is that some of these tend to... some of these things tend to affect your selection a little bit, especially if you're not careful. And so what I actually have is 3D connection. If I just Google that, I have like one of these things that basically allows you to sort of almost like grab the model conceptually in like a physical sense and just like rotate it and move it around. It's super handy. But I don't have it connected to this computer, so it doesn't help me here. Right. So now we should see this thing update momentarily. There we go. And have some new colors here to behold. And yeah, you can see that I clearly need to paint some like dirt and sort of, you know, this kind of stuff here. Just like paint a little bit of crap and wear and tear on top of it. So I'm not really concerned with that now, just concerned with some like good base colors. We might also want to put in some texture, some pattern. You can see here on this ramp, for example. I'm using the same kind of pattern that I use for the actual terrain. You can find the terrain here. As you can see that it's sort of like speckled a little bit. It has this sort of continuous pattern all over the place. I'm trying to not really use any textures, like a lot of pattern textures in this art style. I'm trying to go with just like very sort of single colored faces, because it kind of works really well with this reasonably low polygon art style. And so these tanks here, for example, they don't really have any sort of like metal textures or anything like that. And that's why I don't really want to use that for this building either, if I don't have to. Of course, no one's forcing me to do anything, but unless it sort of looks bad without them, I don't want to do that. You can see here that we probably actually want to erase some of that roof color there as well. And I would like to actually make those edge highlights a little wider. They are a little too narrow here, so let's fix both of those issues, and then we'll come back to the rest of it. Right. How do I actually... yes. I can probably do it like this. I select these guys. I still need to do the hand painting because we're not working with whole faces here. We're working with sort of half faces. But if I do that and then I come here and I start painting away, let's try to be careful about that. Now that I have the masking on, it only affects the selected faces, and that's kind of handy. Something like that, right? Yeah, that's actually completely fine. Something inside. Yeah. Oh, I only did one of the openings. Let's do this one as well. Yeah, that looks alright. Okay. So save that. Actually, not save as, but just save. What do we have? Other things to save here. Let's just save all the images. That's fine. Right. So let's go back to the edge highlights. And let's up the radius a little bit. Maybe like 0.3. And yeah, this sort of goes a little... gets a little sort of stuffed here with this highlight. Let's see what it looks like actually when we baked it. So bake, and that is the emit bake. And yeah, now we're really pushing the GPU here with this model. It would seem. In the previous stream I also baked some stuff here when we were working on the cliffs, and they just sort of they didn't take any time at all to bake highlights and things. But now we're working with what does it say? 4,110 vertices. This thing, so. Kind of a complicated model on my scale. Alright, almost done. Very much almost. All right, and there we go. So save that and go back to standard material. All right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna want to basically bake the diffuse one immediately. We can see it in the game what that looks like. So that one, and bake. And this one doesn't take that long. I'm guessing the emit has some sort of, I don't know, like ray casting or something that's going on there. Is why it takes that long to actually bake. All right, there we go. So let's look at the change here. There we go. Yeah, that looks better. Looks better, definitely. Yeah, you wanna sort of try to match the edge highlights at least somewhat with the other objects that are around this area. So that's definitely nicer. All right. So now then, we want to try to select a nice trio of main colors here. So we have the actual base color, which is what everything gets unless we override it. We have the roof color, and we have this blue. And once we get those three sort of looking nice here in the game, then I can start to really put attention to those other details and whatever else we have here. Of course, we have some of these details already kind of nicely colored here. Might actually want to make that even a bit darker still, but we'll see. We will see. But okay. So as for the base color, maybe bring the hue a little bit to the redder, then just up the value quite a bit. I know it looks bad here, but I'm thinking this will probably work quite well in the game. Try something like that. A bit more to the, yeah, that looks good. That's like a very sort of very light brown. The single color low poly with a bit of dirt decals and that edge light goes really well together. Yeah, I think so too. It is an art style that I've sort of, it seems very simple. It's kind of tricky to get right because like you have to resist the urge to just add a bunch of crap there. And like, I don't know if you remember or if you were even around, but I think I streamed at the time when I was actually coming up with this. Or actually, I know I streamed at the time when I was coming up with this art style for the ground here. And I had to sort of give in and add this pattern here, this terrain pattern thing. Because without it, it got very difficult for the player, at least for me, to sort of discern the sort of terrain features. Right, so you would drive somewhere and it would just like all of a sudden like get jerked because you didn't realize you were driving inside of like a pit or something. Oh, I mentioned it already. Yeah, maybe. But anyway, I was trying very hard to actually do without that. But I just realized that, okay, at least for the ground, you just have to have something there or it will just look weird. That's why I have it here on the... This is all just like one material for this ramp as well. I don't have it on the sides, but I have it there on the ground because again, that's sort of like something that I just have to have there or it won't work visually. All right, let's see. Roof color. I think we just need to bring down the value. I'm gonna try to keep the same color and let's see what that looks like. Now these tanks and all of that, they look really horrible, but they're gonna get their own colors in it just a little bit. Looking at the game, this yellow is alright, I guess. Yeah, actually let's not concern ourselves with that yet. Let's get this blue blue thing figured out. Of course, like one thing that we could do would be just to like copy the base color onto that. Now it looks like this, and maybe that's good, maybe that's logical. Since we have it assigned another slot here, we can at least mess with the color a little bit. Bring it maybe down, mess with the hue a little bit. Actually, let's not mess with the hue. Let's mess with the saturation and the value. Yeah, I don't know. Let's do a bake and see what that looks like. I'm gonna basically establish if this almost like cream color is going to work for the majority of the geometry. Yeah, actually, Tutu, if this week is sort of bad for you, it's kind of like the almost like optimal week to not have time to watch my stuff, because it's been a very slow week, sort of stream-wise anyway. I think I've only done one other, and it was a very slow stream. All right. Yeah, I think that base color might be okay, at least after a little bit of dirt and stuff painted on it. Looks almost like, I don't know, like sandstone or something. That might be fine. Might be fine. I don't know. But it might be fine. I wonder if we should make these faces here. Like those faces. Should we make those like the roof color? That makes sense. I think that might make sense. I think that might make sense, you guys. That's the red channel. What? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Red channel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh no, that's the wrong texture. Reload. Goes into there. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I'm not like 100% sold on this, but sometimes it takes a little bit of fiddling to find cool things. All right. So what's like my overall impression of this thing? Sitting up there on the thing. I guess it's kind of okay. Might also want to consider it sort of in the context of this other stuff that we have here, right? Like we have this power plant building here next to it. We can color its roof the same color as this one if we want to, and we can even make this building like have the same base color. I think that would probably make sense. Then we have these sort of big sort of reactor halls or whatever the hell these are. Maybe they'll be actually colored differently. But that could be kind of interesting. Yeah. Yeah. I think that is probably what we have to do actually here. So I'm gonna do a little bit more detailed color assigning here for this dispenser building, and then we'll at least like temporarily switch over to this other one, and do the same thing for that, just to see what that then looks like. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. What about made that? I'm unsure about this. I mean, it doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad. Might even. One might say it looks kind of okay. I think that is what one might say. I'm unsure about this color, but yeah. Might just be that we're not gonna get it to look sort of properly fitting and nice here until I actually do the dirt painting. If we look at these tanks again here without the painted details, like these, they just look boring, almost completely single colored. And then you add just a little bit of stuff on them, and they just look infinitely better. So maybe that's just something that will have to happen for this one as well. Okay. So we have these details here. We have these pipes and we have these tanks. I think they will probably get their own color. And then I was thinking about these supports. Do we actually want to make these supports some other color too? Then when we have all of that, we can adjust that yellow, because that yellow is just horrible. But yeah. So what color do we want to make those tanks then? I mean, in the color placement map, we can at least make them bright red. Rewiring these things here, so that we have one more selection in the red channel. That would be 0.75, and let's just make it red like so. So now if we take edit mode, those ones, texture paint, yeah, I think that should be good. There we go, red. And that red is of course kind of hideous. Ooh. Wow, I landed on something nice just sort of by accident. Yeah, that looks nice. Let's see if we can. I'm gonna just copy that hex code somewhere. That might be actually what I want to have there. Oh. What is that? That's a texel of something. A texel of something that's not what it's supposed to be. Let's see. What is going on? Ah, come on. Oh, back to previous. There we go. We need the UV editor. Let's have a look at what do we have there. The texture that looks like that. And of course, the texture to look at would be the color placement. Right, so it's a gray pixel there. Okay. That can be kind of tricky to fix in GIMP or in Blender, but we can do it in GIMP. Not the tanks, but the power cell dispenser work. Just bring that over into GIMP and copy the pixels over. Yeah, it's safe to say that that Blender's texture painting is imperfect in this way. Every now and then it just leaves out some texels for some reason. Like you can see here, like I don't know what that is. That might just be that it's like a hole in the UV actually there. But there we have a pixel. Let's copy that over there. Boom. There we go. Overwrite. And then we can reload this thing. Revert. No, not actually that one, but here we go. Here, reload. Now we got rid of that weird anomaly there. Okay. What about some like green tanks? Just bring the value kind of very far down. Yeah, why not? So let's try that yellow thing that I saved here for this. That looks nicer. I wonder if it's sort of like warning yellow enough, in fact. Is that one? Yeah, yep. Bring up the saturation just a little more. Yeah, all right. Then I think we'll want to have some like bright or light gray for those pipes. Over here so that you can actually see what I'm doing. So let's do like a duplicate of the blue. We will call this I will not actually use that yet. We don't have to do anything. I don't have to do anything. I'm gonna assign a ridiculous value like a blue there. And then we quite simply need to select the faces, go into texture paint, select blue, and then click I think 16 times on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I must have miscalculated. Oh, up painting in the wrong texture, that's why. Let's not do that. Reload. It's so easy to do in Blender. I do it all the time. It's annoying. Okay, let's try that again. Ah, 13 times. Okay. And then I'll just go back here. Saturation, bring it down. That's actually kind of nice that they're sort of like slightly blue hued. I like that. I think. Yeah, they're a little too blue now. Just very slightly. Is the key here. Very slightly. Pipes. All right. Yeah, that looks like, I guess, pretty all right. Let's do a bake. Let's see what's what. Right. Let's put the camera here so that we get a good overview of what happens when we actually update that texture there. It's always fun to see things change. It takes a little while for it to get converted. Yeah, all right. That's nice. Yeah, those pipes are like they're like slightly different color now than these. These are actually not even textured properly. I don't think they're even UV wrapped. And if I remember correctly, they're using like 100,000 million polygons. These pipes, especially these sort of extension pieces. I just need to go in there and just clean that mess up a whole lot. But that is for another day. Yep, it's getting there. I think it's getting there. I might have to just like play around sort of wildly with these colors at some point and just like see what comes out of it. That is possible. But we should be able to use like the same material essentially for the power plant with some changes probably, but still should look pretty okay. Yeah, and I think that looks probably okay as well. The nozzle thing. Not sure what to do about these supports. Do we just leave them like this? Maybe that's fine. Maybe they can just be same color, same base color. I don't know. Do still have space in that texture, of course, to like color them with something, but I don't know. Maybe that's not necessary. What about this roof then? This inner roof here. Should the inner roof be some other color? Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. Let's play the game. See what it feels like to drive up to that thing. Actually, maybe we'll just look at it here from below first. Yeah, it looks alright. It looks too clean, of course, but that's sort of to be expected. This thing is not supposed to be completely run down, but it's still supposed to look like it has sort of has a few years. Yeah, you can order more power cells to your heart's content. Fun. Okay. Yeah. Yes. I mean, it's probably fine. Let's be honest. It's probably fine. I think we should perhaps start moving on to the next building there. Could do something with those supports still. And one thing that I might want to do is just bring down the saturation of that roof color very slightly. Saturation 0.2 maybe, 0.1. 0.1 maybe too little. Not necessarily. Point 13. That's probably good. Detail color, I think. Maybe make it very slightly darker still. something like that. Fine. Let's not mess with that color. Yeah, that's probably fine. I'd like to try something with these, but I'm not sure if it's gonna work or not. I'm a bit hesitant. Let's just try something out here really quick. So let's do like a let's have a look here. I'm gonna plug that into there. Making more space here for us for the green channel. Like so. Again, let's make this something ridiculous. Complete red. And let's select like, I don't know, maybe like these fixtures. Does that make sense? Just a fixture, and maybe that one as well, yeah. So on these large support arms, we'll select just the fixtures. On the diagonal ones, we'll select the whole thing. That one as well. And then we have actually one more there. Oh, and we have some more here as well. Oh, actually, I can do it. Yeah, I can do it like this. I can do it normal, right? On the whole thing selected, much faster that way. So that one, and that one. And then we'll do a itty bitty texture paint operation. Select the correct texture this time around. And we're gonna want to paint green. And we're gonna want to paint it over half of the strength. So let's see here. That one. Right. So that's that one. We want to make it red, like so. Now we have those be the red color. Now we can actually copy that and make it something more fitting. I'm just playing around here, seeing what would work. Sort of give the illusion that these are made up of sort of like different objects of slightly different materials. crazy and add something very saturated and weird. Typically I go for like reasonably desaturated colors as should be evident. Yeah, like some metals are almost sort of like blue. That's kind of what I'm going with that one as well. Yeah, that's not bad. Maybe it's better than it was. Okay, so let's build this, or bake this rather, and we should have a decent first version for this very building here. Still requires some dirt painting, of course, but I think I can live with this for now. And then we'll move on to the power plant. And do the same thing there, and try to actually use some of these colors that we have here, these like the base colors for this sort of main power plant building, so like this lower part here. Then maybe we can make like these reactor halls be slightly different. Then we'll have to come up with some interesting things here for this hole in the roof for that guy. But yeah, that will come. Right, so here we have the output. We should have it appear here momentarily. There we go, boom. Yeah, I think that looks nice. Looks nicer to have them be like slightly different from the rest. One might argue that this should also be that color, should it? One might argue. Well, one might, but I'm not gonna care about that. Cool. Cool. I am going to go make myself a cup of coffee. And when I come back, I'm gonna start working on this. If you need to leave in the meantime, then thanks for hanging out today. If you're still here, then I'm glad to have you. Let's do a bit more texturing. So, back in a bit. Alrighty, hello, hello. So, armed with a fresh cup of coffee, we're gonna press on. And we seem to have a couple of new viewers, at least the count has gone up, so welcome everyone. Today we're putting some colors onto buildings. And we've been putting colors onto this building here. Now we're gonna move on to the other side of the street, so to speak, and color this power plant here. How fun is that? Alright, let's see what the blender state is here. Do we have to save something still? Shut down a couple of these things. We have this thanks thing here, but I think it's even more relevant now to copy things from this guy when proceeding. So let's do that if needed. Yeah. And just like with the dispenser, the power plant is already unwrapped and ready to go. As we can see here. And once again, thank you, UV Packmaster. It's the most beautiful thing ever. I have a little bit of stretching here on these domes, but I decided that I'm just not gonna care. You can see the result here, and I think it looks reasonable. They're probably gonna be mostly single colored anyway, with a little bit of paint. Dirt paint on top. So that's fine. And if we look at this thing here, and we try to sort of match some of these primary colors to the thing, we're going to want to probably have like this roof color and this base color there as well. It's interesting actually, now that we look at this here, this color here, this slightly brownish thing, it looks the same as this thing here, but this is actually like this color. This should be, yeah. Just like the lighting makes it sort of browner. I was just like, what's going on? Well, no, that's actually just the lighting in Blender that's slightly different. But that's fine. Okay. So let's start by creating the same 4 or 5 textures that we are going to need for this guy. So dispenser, let's put that on the side there. And let's start by doing the diffuse one. Power plant. I'm just going to copy that because it will be prefixed to everything. Power plant diffuse. 4K texture, no alpha. And save. And then edge highlights. Same thing. Save and protect. Remember to protect. Then we have, what do we have? We have the color placement. RGB. Right, and now let's be careful with this so that I don't make the same mistake I did previously. Excuse me. No alpha. This is black. That's completely correct. Protect and save. And then we want to do painted details. This one will have alpha, and we want to initialize it to alpha transparent basically. White. So we'll save that. And then we have the last one. Protect that one as well. Let's protect all of them. The last one would be the decals, if we have any, but let's assume decals. Can't write today. Save that. Okay. Because we already have a slot for it there in the material, so we might as well have an empty texture there that's not doing anything if we don't want any decals. They will all get folded down into one texture for the runtime anyway, so that's fine. Shader editor. Hey Matt, what's up? All right. So let's start with the edge highlights, just like previously. I'm gonna bump the radius here from the very start this time around, because these buildings are sort of roughly the same size anyway. Let's see. So radius 0.3 is what we used for this one. So material edge highlight, bring it over and set the edge highlights. Then use cycles, GPU compute 0.3 and rendered mode. Right, and again it looks sort of like these things get sort of stuffed a little bit, but it actually they work kind of well at runtime after all. So I'm thinking they will probably work well here as well. As for the other details, I think it looks kind of okay. I'm gonna have to see how this works. This looks a little stuffed as well, but I think this is sort of like the correct amount of edge highlighting anyway. So let's assume that is the case, and we're going to bake 2 power plant edge highlights with the emit baking and go. And nothing to do but drink coffee in the meantime. And maybe check some channel analytics. Yeah, if you're interested in this stuff, be sure to check out the Discord, which has recently opened. I updated some Discord links today that I mistakenly had posted links that had expired or was just about to expire. So the one that you see in the chat, for example, should now work and continue to work. Importantly. Alright, texture bake 60%. Yeah, this GPU is just slow. It's an RTX 2060. It has been a pretty good card, but it's getting a little old. Can't be denied. But I'm also sort of not really baking for the first time on this project, but I think these are like among the most complicated meshes excuse me, that I have baked for this game project. I'm getting now to a point where I'm not just working with like basic things anymore. I have these kind of large things that need to be properly textured and set up. And so things start to take a little longer, but that's fine. So now let's copy the parcel dispenser material, and we'll quite simply set it here on the object. And of course we get the whole wrong setup there. So let's exchange this for the power plant, color placement, power plant, diffuse, power plant edge highlights, power plant decals, and power plant painted texture, painted details. There we go. That should be it. Right, and now we get just the base material everywhere. But now it should be kind of easy to just get started with this, because actually I'm just gonna rip this off and move it over here. We can start painting these areas with the correct things immediately. So the roof, first of all, is on fire. Let's paint this with the roof material, or the roof color rather. I'm hoping this should be somewhat easy now to actually just map these out. I've finally learned to model in such a way where I can actually just have sort of clean boundaries between different objects. In the past I haven't really thought about that a whole lot when modeling, but I'm finally starting to think about that. Like here, for example, we have one extra face here sort of going in, which makes it very clear that okay, that is where the roof has sort of ended here. In the past I would probably just have like brought this down in one single face, and then there would be like an awkward change between the materials right in the middle of the face there. So now I'm trying to actually make it so that there's a little bit of geometric difference there when these materials are actually changing. Not like materials in the technical sense, but materials in the like the colors change, all of that. Okay, texture paint. Mask only the selected faces. And to get the roof, we need to paint it red. Fill. And we want a red color. So FF0000. Add a color palette there and add it there. And we want to have a green one. And finally a blue one. So we can quickly switch between them. So the red one, 0.1 is the strength. If we want to do it the same way as we did previously, once more. Okay. What is happening? It's not actually setting it, is it? Yeah, it doesn't look like it is. Okay. I have something wrong in my... Oh, I'm painting to the wrong texture, that's why. Let's reload that one. There we go. That should be better. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the last one. Yeah, there we go. That looks better. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. That's good. And then we want to paint some details. So let's do the detail color. That would be the green channel. So now we can just select all of these sort of panels and roof panels and things like that. And quite simply paint them with that, and also this door. Oh, we should probably paint that roof, but let's get back to that because it has this like huge hole in the roof, so maybe there'll be some stuff to deal with there. Select all of those. I'm gonna select those ones as well, and that one, and the doors, and that panel there, and those roof panels. Oh, they're actually separated into two. That's probably fine. All right, and then texture paint, and this was green, so green, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Yeah, that's starting to look interesting. Actually, I was thinking previously, that's something that I sort of forgot a little bit about. I was thinking this would also be roof colored, so let's do that. Let's select these and just have it flow downwards a little bit. Oh, we have to do it like this. Select that one, and then select more. Yeah. Yeah, those should also be roof colored. So red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Clickety click, and there we go. So now then, I think we'll do these reactor holes with the blue color. Let's just make it some outrageous blue color for now, and we can quite simply start selecting. Yeah, we can select actually all of those islands now. Select, I think, most islands, but not the top ones, because then they flow out into the roof colors. We're gonna have to select these faces individually. And then I don't know about the top domes, what color they should have, but I guess we'll figure that out. So blue, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's the ridiculous blue. And now the question is, what do we make? What color do we make those? Sort of like power plant orange. I'm thinking like a power plant orange. Bring the saturation down quite a bit. Yeah, what do we make those domes? I have no idea. Should they be roof color? Should they be this orange? Or should there be something completely different? Good question. Maybe we'll start by making them the orange as well. Because then if that doesn't look good, we can bring it sort of past that point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And map it to the next one in the blue channel. Come up with some nice color for the top of them. Or then we can just make them the roof color if that looks better. Should I maybe try that? Should I maybe try making them? try making them the roof color. Let's see what that looks like. So that would be red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. No. I'm doing something wrong here. Let's see. What do I have selected? I have everything selected. That's not good. There we go. So that's the roof color. So now it's just sort of like a roof with some sort of pressure vessel inside of it or something. Yeah, let's keep it like that and let's see what that looks like. Now we can bake all of this stuff. So save that. That should be the only one we need to save. And then come to diffuse. Only the color. And bake that. And this shouldn't take that long. Peach buildings, yes. Yeah, they're very peachy. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what this is. I call it like the power plant here, but it's not actually referred to as the power plant in the game. It's just referred to as, like, you know, the refinery blew up or something. Power plant diffuse, sure. Because of course you have this explosion thing going on there, just where all that smoke is coming from that we designed a few streams ago. Something has gone wrong, but it's not exactly clear what. Right, maybe we'll just re-export this as well, just to be sure. Right. Then we need a material. So I'm gonna take this parcel dispenser material and save it as power plant. I will take the new power plant diffuse texture that we just exposed to the game. And now we can shut that down. Right, so here we have that one. Now if we search for power plant, we should have the power plant texture here, which I will immediately set to BC7 so that I don't forget it. Refinery level specific and go here to power plant, and we should have the bin material path there to use. Hey, there's our thing. Looks reasonable, I guess. And just like with the dispenser, I mean this is not assigned anything yet, so I need to work on that. Just like with the dispenser, we'll need to actually paint some dirt onto the thing. Just reload the level here so that we get the blueprint, updated blueprints, and we should see the power plant in all of its glory. There we go. So here's the thing. So now these two, I guess, they sort of fit together somewhat nicely, because they have sort of like the same color language here. And yeah, they look really boring without any sort of painted dirt. So I just showed previously on the stream that these guys, they have a little bit of just like painted crap on top of them, without which they look really, really boring. And so I need to do the same thing with these guys, but I can't do it on this machine, or I can, but it's going to be painful. Cool, yeah. Thank you. Starting to come together. So right, this building here, which is connected to these smokestacks, you can see these trees have sort of fallen over because there's bad things happening here inside of this turbine building or whatever. I need to paint something here, and of course I need to assign at least like the roof color, but maybe it should be this reactor building color as well. Are you doing that by baking it into the texture with vertex painting or with decals? There's no vertex painting involved. I can show you the tanks, which has something that I call decals, but it's really just like it's not like a decal in any technical term, just a decal in the sense that I've painted stuff onto the a material, a texture that is then blended into the material. I wonder why this is taking so long. I'm really not sure what's happening here. Hello. Alright, there we go. Right, so we have a bunch of different things here. We have some colors that we blend together. Then we have edge highlights, decals, and painted details. So if we move these to the side, like so, edge highlights, just like with those buildings, they're just these highlights that you see here. We can toggle them on and off. And you can see it looks really sort of boring and flat without any highlights. Then we have the decals. In this case, it's just this text here. It can also be toggled on and off. It really is just another texture that's blended on top of it. And then finally we have the painted details. So basically things like dirt and crap. So if we take all of these away, you can see that they're really boring. They're just like single colored or meshes with different faces mapped to different colors. They look really boring. And then we can add these things back one after another, and they get a little more life. Baking into the texture, yeah. So then all of this stuff, all of these different textures and colors and everything are baked into a single texture, which looks like this, which, as you can see, has everything baked. That is how it works for these types of objects. That's not how I do cliffs, for example. With cliffs, I bake something that works slightly differently, which is using something called a combined texture. It's just combined because it combines like a whole bunch of different things. Edge highlights is one of them. Then we have like grass placement, which define areas in which we want to have grass, and then actually the sort of coloring those and even applying some pattern textures and things like that to the cliffs. That is done in the actual material. So if you have like let's see here, somewhere where we don't have any grass, it's really faint, and I don't know how well it comes through on the stream, but you can see that there is like a pattern here. That is the terrain pattern texture, which is mapped to almost all ground in the game. I can actually see it perhaps better here in this shadow. So that sort of stuff. And the combined texture is really just sort of like an influence texture. So I do have materials like that as well. But yeah, with these buildings, it's really just like a diffuse texture, and I just paint stuff into it. just packing 3 grayscales into RGB texture. Yeah, sort of. Yes. I mean, with this building that I did just previously here in the stream, we do have more than 3 or 4, if you count the alpha channel, more than 3 colors that we map to different places. How many do we have? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we have this. That would be 6, 7, and then that's 8 different colors. But basically it is, when baking the texture in Blender, you can just check, hey, is the red channel above maybe a quarter? Then apply this color. Is it above half? Then apply this color. Is it above 3/4? Then apply this color, and so on. And of course, it's completely up to you how you sort of split that range up into different colors. And then they're still just baked out into one texture. So here we have the diffuse texture for that building. But yeah, for the clips, we basically we have just ranges from. You can use the whole range for the channel, or you can split it up into like half. And then just drive it in the material. Color ID maps, sort of, yeah. I don't really do IDs in the sense. I use like thresholds more than IDs. So it's not really an ID map. It's like a threshold map or whatever you would call it. But yeah, it could be an ID map. That could be completely valid way to do it. But yeah, with the thresholds, I do all of that logic in Blender. It's not something that gets run at runtime. If we look at this building's material, for example, I don't need to do that. I can just make that larger, right? So we have the red channel here. So if the red channel is more than 0.25, then we apply the roof color. You know, if the red channel is more than half, then we apply the parcel opening color. If the red channel is more than 0.75, then we apply the tank color. I actually just did this like half an hour ago. It's just a way for me to like paint different colors into different sections on the mesh, and then being able to like adjust them later here with just a standard color picker. Not necessarily the most elegant way, but it's pretty easy. But I wouldn't really call it the color ID map, because again, it's using thresholds. All right. So this thing then, we should color this turbine hall here. And then maybe think about if we want to do something fancy with these sort of air intakes here. I think I'll probably want to do something with them rather than have them use the exact same color as the rest of the building, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Shut down some of these things, we don't have all of them. So this roof here is kind of funky. How do we actually want to color this now? I think all of that belongs to the roof. Yep, that looks good. Now let's take this, whatever this is called. I don't remember what this is called, but this is a very handy tool, a selection tool for just selecting lots of faces that are close to each other. What is it? Select circle is what it's called. So there. Maybe those are actually part of the... I mean, not that this really matters, because you won't be able to see this anyway. This thing is just full of smoke. But... yeah, not actually those. Just those three. I think so. Yeah, this is just completely modeled by hand, so that's why it's a little strange and wonky. I'm sure there's some cool and fancy way to do sort of blown up portions of things like this, but I just did this by hand yesterday. So it's a little wonked down. Alright, that looks okay. So then texture paint. Now I need to remember which thing to paint and where. So we don't want to paint to the diffuse, we want to paint to the color placement, and we want to paint the red channel. Alright. So red, that's good. Like so. That looks like a roof to me. And now then, it's like almost all the other, but it's not quite all the other things that I want to select. I'm sure there's a way to select those as well. It's handy, but you can just do it manually again. Circle thing. All of that. And here everything except the door. Okay, we need to fix that up. Again, the fill didn't quite fill everything. Seems to be some funky projections going on with Blender every now and then when you get that. Now actually, that's not necessarily roof, right? That's supposed to be actually, yeah, that's actually supposed to be wall, not roof. I don't know if it matters. Maybe it doesn't matter. Anyway, the reactor orange is in the blue channel, so there we go. Yeah, I mean, the question is like, does this look good or not? Should those two faces there at least be? They should probably be colored differently. Oh boy. Save that. See, maybe we can actually fix this right here in Blender. We're being smart about it. So it's basically like those. Yeah. Okay. They should be just black for now, and then we'll paint them paint them actually probably like blue. Maybe we can paint them blue here. I don't typically paint like directly here in this in Blender here in this view all that much. I don't really feel like this painting tool is all that good, but let's see. This should be blue. Let's see. Actually, no. I want it black because I want to paint it the same way I do there. So let's just do paint it black, which I guess is like a Metallica song or something, if I'm not mistaken. Something like that. So that reverts it to the sort of standard color. Let's do a fall off of very hard. Whoop. I think we need to do it with a very hard fall off to get it done properly. The undo is also very wonky in this part of Blender. Like you set a color and then you undo, and then it undoes something that you did like before setting that color. It's really kind of annoying. Don't quite like it. All right. That's probably fine. I mean, this looks a little strange, but we'll paint it in right now, actually. So, edit mode. Select these faces again. All of those. I will paint it with the blue one, right? Yeah, the blue one. So just like so. There's a little bit of weirdness going on there, but that won't show up in the final texture. It will just be blurred away. Okay, that's fine. Then we have some crap going on there. Let's see about this. Fixing that in GIMP instead. Like that. Let's see, where's that part? It's right there, right? Yes. Let's see these pixels here just being left out. So overwrite that. And if we reload this thing, then we should see these pixels there going away. Reload. There we go. Alright. That's reasonable. There's another one. Let's fix that as well. I wonder where it is though. Where's that? It's okay, it's over there. Yeah, there's a pixel that needs to be fixed. Overwrite. Image. Let's see. Reload. That's that. And there's something as well. On the roof. Where is it? supposed to be somewhere here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay. We can fix that as well. Just like these 1 pixel things that sort of get missed somehow by the projection in Blender. Not sure what that is about, but that tends to happen every now and then. Especially when filling. The fill tool seems to be really prone to these sorts of things. Reload, and it goes away. And that's a little bit of something as well. Luckily, most of these things actually, they don't really show up in game. It's mostly just like this material preview that shows them. Tend to get blurred, blurred away by the baking anyway. All right, what's that then? It's probably like down there, isn't it? Nope. What? I'm having trouble realizing what I'm looking at here. Right, so that's that, okay? It has to be like either... Right, there it is. Okay, there it is. Hunting like 1 pixel. 1 rogue pixel somewhere. It's not the easiest thing. It should be right about here. There we go. Oh boy. Reload. Boom. Alright. Do we have any more? Any more of that crap? Hopefully not. Yeah, I think this looks pretty alright. Looks pretty reasonable. There's a little bit of something there, but I think those are gonna go away with the baking anyway. There's a pixel or texel, I guess. And there's a texel there, a couple, yeah. That we can fix. Okay, I'm just gonna bring GIMP over to the side here so I can do it faster. So which one is that? It's that one, okay. Yeah, and it's silly because like these faces are also represented by like a dark pixel in the middle of the thing, so it can get really tricky to actually figure out what is actually like a missing texel and what is just an indicator in Blender. There we have the rogue texel. We can fix it. Let's see. Reload. It should go away. Alright. Okay, is that it? I'm thinking it probably is. So we had some nice sort of metallic blues here. Maybe what if we actually use these to like color those things? Might look kind of nice. The nice thing is that we have them here already in the material. They are in the green channel, and we quite simply need to paint it above 0.5, and it should assume that color. So let's see if we can I just select it like this? I think I can. Yeah. All of that. Same thing for this. That looks all right. And texture paint and green. There we go. Yeah, that could look kind of nice. Let's go with that. Why not? All right, let's maybe do a bake of this and see what we have in the game. So all images are saved, and bake diffuse color. And this one should be the faster one, so it shouldn't take all that long to bake. Oh, there's one more thing that I might want to do. I also might not want to do it. We have an actual interior here in one of these rooms, just because we have like see-through windows and there's a door there. But I'm thinking I might actually want to paint the whole interior in a very dark. You're not really supposed to see what's going on inside of the houses. Mainly because I don't want to spend any time on the interiors. Yeah, the AO is sort of playing havoc with that a little bit. There'll be actually a see-through window there, so it should calm it down quite a bit. But yeah, there's a door there, and it's the same color as the roof. That goes kind of against the ideas set by this art style. All right, yeah. Yeah, I guess this could work. I mean, I keep saying it, but this desperately needs some painted crap. Post on the wall, yeah. Indeed. I have some definite plans for Easter eggs. I can assure you. All right, let's play a little bit. See how this fits into the whole thing. Company logo on a poster, there is actually a company logo already on the one of the tanks. Like that. Those 3 BDM letters there on one of those big silos or tanks or whatever. It's not just like a randomly selected thing, it's actually like a narratively a thing in this world, the world of this game. But yeah, I mean, Madrigal's logo could be put somewhere. That's true. And of course, in the world of Breaking Bad, Madrigal is actually sort of like an antagonistic company. So we just have that Madrigal being there. Alright, so how are we doing? Yeah, I'm kind of liking this. I'm liking this vibe. Yeah, that particle effect should maybe be a little higher up. It looks like it's coming out through the wall there, which is of course not the idea. But yeah, I can dig. I need the windows there as well for that one. I definitely need to put in those windows because they, if for no other reason than because the SSAO just goes haywire with that stuff. But yeah, a little bit of painted crap and then light mapping. And I think we are golden. Oh, there's a rogue texel on that. Just happened to see rogue texel. There we go. Rogue texel. Oh no. Oh no. Damn you, Blender. Yeah. And we ran out of background music as well. Yeah, it's starting to come together kinda nicely. I think I'm gonna keep going a little bit more with this. And I was thinking I might actually texture this little bridge thing here. And I'm thinking I'm gonna use the exact same colors as for this thing, for this ramp, just because it's sort of like serving similar purpose. But yeah, quite a few objects here still to actually clean up and texture. We have these small silos, we have these pipes, have like 100 million polygons in them. We have this entrance with the boom barrier and the little hut here. Of course, we have the monorail station, and then we have these smokestacks. There's quite a lot of work still on this thing. Unfortunately, it feels like it never stops. But this is already getting kind of nice looking. Let's just drive off the cliff here and look at it from down here. Actually, what we can do is look at it from this lookout point here. Oh, and the mast on the roof of the building also needs to be textured. That shouldn't be super tricky. And I was thinking maybe I'll put like one of these blinking sort of lights on it as well. Might look kind of nice. What's the other section of the map? That section of the map... Yeah, it's basically the thing to do after this, exactly. That section... oh, like a bubble in my throat here. Let's open the main gate. So last stream I did... I don't remember if you, Matt, were in last stream. It was a very slow stream. It's been a very slow week overall. But last stream I did the cliffs on in this part of the map. So we now have all the cliffs textured in the whole level. So the natural formations here should be more or less done. Missed a few, I think. Yeah, it was a very slow stream last time around. No worries about that. But yeah, this area needs quite a bit of work still. Especially with the houses. Like this thing here is just like this, like a barely like a box, and I don't think it has collisions. And that thing has collisions, but this thing doesn't have collisions. So yeah, it is basically the next thing after this, and then we have these kind of concrete barriers here and all of that stuff. So yeah, it is coming along, but it's not as far along as the refinery. I basically wanna just basically finish the refinery now from a modeling and texturing perspective, and I think I should be able to do that in a few days. Should have it completely done. Then move on to the lift station. And then after the lift station is just basically fixing up the monorail, and I think we should be done with this level, hopefully. Hopefully. Just basically been crunching on this for a week and a half now. And I need to redo the lighting on the grass. Not necessarily redo, but I need to fix it up to work nicer with the SSAO. It looks kind of okay in some places, but like here, for example, this just looks completely unlit. There's really no way currently to match it with the SSAO, but I have a plan for that, which I'm hoping will fix it once and for all. Bonk. Yeah, I need to fix that rogue texel there. Alright. But yeah, I'm wondering what to do about the interiors. I think what we'll need to do next is, well, I'm gonna fix that one texel, and maybe some others if I find some other rogue ones. Then I need to do the windows, and that shouldn't take more than like a couple of minutes to do, just so that we get an idea of how visible those interiors actually are when we have the window meshes there in place. And this building you can actually sort of see through here. It has like windows on two sides, straight through here. Oh, there's a little bit of grass inside of it as well. That's embarrassing. Yeah, this thing doesn't have, this power plant doesn't have the same thing, it just has this one room. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is starting to look pretty nice. Finally. So where's that texel? It's right there. It's right there in the top left. we need to basically look at this is cool. Good job. Thank you. Thank you. It's coming together slowly but surely. So overwrite that and reload the color placement. And that makes it go away. That's good. What do we have there? Oh, we have some similarly rogue things over here. All right, let's fix that as well. Oh, where is it actually? On the, it's right there. So over here somewhere. Right, there they are. Yeah, they're probably kind of difficult to see, but let's fix them anyway. There we go. All right. Something strange here. What is that? It's probably some overflow. One of the islands overflowing another. I don't think I'm gonna care, but I will care about that one though, because it is so smack in the center of where the player might look. Let's see. Somewhere around here. Yeah, one. That's that. Okay, that looks good. Looks good. Okay. So, I think I will accept these two buildings as they are right now. I need to do the painting on them. Think about if I want to have some decals on them. But let's bake out the new texture for this guy, and then do I think this little bridge here in the same style as this ramp. And if by some miracle I still have some energy and time after that, then we'll do this mast. I think the mast is actually already unwrapped, but it might have to be re-unwrapped. This bridge should be somewhat simple to do, so let's do that. Let's start by baking out this. So all images are saved, partial dispenser diffuse, and bake Karoo. Oh, and I need to fix that grass that's like inside of it. Oh, one thing. Yeah, I'll take back the plan. Not like a huge amount, but let's, as the very first thing, let's do those windows. Yeah, I think I'll want the windows first. Windows first, and then we'll get on to that bridge. So we should see that the rogue text will going away there in just a second. Boom. Nice. So the way we can do windows is quite simple. At least this is how I've done it in the past. Take like the profile of this window, maybe profile of that one as well. Is that level editor you were in part of the game engine? Yeah, this is my my level editor, which I have made for this engine. Yes. and which I hope to actually make available to players of the game, so you can make your own levels and stuff with it if you want to. Absolutely. So, let's see. We don't actually need any texture previews for this now, so let's just do random. So, building 01, let's call that windows. Oh, I already have windows. What are the windows? Maybe the windows are actually exactly what I want here. Just go out into object mode and enable the visibility for the windows. Right, I already have windows. Done. Do they actually match what they need to? They actually seem to be matching. Yeah, I think typically what I do actually is when I cut out windows, I just save the faces there immediately, so that I have like window surfaces ready. That's nice. Okay. In that sense, we are done. I'm just gonna do like a smart UV project on those, and we'll make sure we get some sensible stuff here, which we seem to do. So that's fine. And we can just export this guy as parcel dispenser windows. Export. And I think that's it. I think that's all we need to do. We can hide the surroundings. And I think we can even hide the windows. When we come back to this Blender file, we're going to want to work with the textures again. Alright, so then, did I already have a material for windows? And building window. What does building window look like? Right. Okay. Yeah, it looks all right. It even is seemingly set up to work with light mapping. Which, yeah, that might be the case. Let's hope that is the case. So, I'm gonna open a preview here and go into the blueprint for the Refinery level specific ones, and we get the parcel dispenser there, and then we just add another mesh, which we can call window mesh, windows mesh, whatever. Parcel dispenser windows and building window. There we go. We have semi-transparent windows. Very basic ones. Maybe that is exactly what we need. So since we made a change to the blueprint, we need to reload this thing. Right. Yeah, so now the SSAO isn't as crazy as it is here with these windows that don't have any actual window openings. So that's better. I do wonder if we should make the interiors darker though. Maybe we don't need to really care about that. I don't know. It is of course not a very very difficult thing to just like make those interior faces almost completely black. But I don't know. I think we'll leave it as it is for now. Let's do the same thing with the power plant. Here I don't actually have any window meshes. But they're very simple to make, so let's make them. Let's take the profile again like this and duplicate. And move it out and add faces to them. We can actually just clear the seam stuff there. Alright, and then separate them out into another thing. Windows. Like so. Let's make sure they are the right orientation. Yes. Good. And now then, they should be basically sitting at the same position as the actual building, so we just need to move these faces into like roughly the center of that. Exact position isn't super important, but I typically put them roughly in the center of the window sill. So power plant windows and export. And we do the same thing here. So material is that. Power plant. Yeah, it's not actually visible there because we haven't refreshed it yet, but it will accept it if we just do that. That should be fine. So now if we how can I rotate this? All tools have different input schemes and I'm confused. There we go. There we have some nice windows there. That's good. Okay. Technically, we don't even need to make them that shape. They could just be like one plane, two triangles, or even one triangle that just covers that portion of the wall there. But probably doesn't hurt to have them in the correct shape. They do, of course, make up a few more additional polygons that way, but probably doesn't matter. Okay, so that's that. I don't think we'll necessarily work anymore with the power plant here in this stream, so let's shut that down. I think the same thing goes for this dispenser building. Let's shut that down as well. And then reload the editor backend here quickly. Yeah, that looks alright. That looks fine. Yeah, there's a scale mannequin in there. Hello. It's not going to appear in the game. Or does not appear in the game. Let's just fix that grass that we saw here quickly. I think it's this grass object right here. Just erase that quickly. can't really see it unless you actually fly with the camera inside of the building, but still. Okay. That looks reasonable, I think. Yeah. And they will sort of feel like they're sitting in the level even better when we do the light mapping pass on this area. That's cool. Let's do the little bridge just quickly. Still in this stream. While we're at it. They all need to be done anyway, so. Just 1 second, gonna go get a glass of water. Alrighty then. Let's quickly have a look here to make sure. Did I actually set that type? Yeah, BC7 for the power plant and hopefully BC7 for the dispenser. Yeah. Yeah, so these are using 4K textures. We can downscale them here in the converter settings, which is something that I might want to do. If we're doing this bridge thing now here next, this will most certainly only get like a 1K or a 512 size at runtime, but we'll probably work with like a 2K texture or something in Blender when doing that. Just so that we have a little bit of more texture space there to work with before we actually drop it into the game. Now this thing is a so-called quick mesh, which means that it is hosted here in this level file, and we want to bring it into its own actual honest-to-God Blender file now. So map refinery. Let's call this thing something like refinery pipe bridge. No, maybe that doesn't need to be called refinery. Pipe bridge. What's it called here? It's actually called pipe bridge there. About a year ago when I put it there. So I'm going to want to hijack this, as I call it, into its own Blender file. So let's open Blender, start the Blender Sync server, and we can just click Edit in Blender here. That will bring the thing into Blender along with a piece of the level. And we can do save copy and quite simply save it into pipe bridge, like so. Save copy, and then we cancel this particular edit, like that. And now I want to open up another, or rather I want to stop the server. That works as well. And then open the pipe bridge Blender file. So So this thing is sitting at a 45-degree angle. We can actually undo that rotation here. Let's call it bridge. Move the surroundings object into its own collection, like so. I don't think we'll need that, but we can have it there. Doesn't matter. And now we can undo this rotation and have it just as an honest to God straight up bridge model here in Blender itself. Okay, so this thing needs to be unwrapped, I'm sure. I don't think I've done any unwrapping of this. Actually, I have, or maybe I've done like a smart unwrap. But this is not really up to my standards. I need a little more margin and all of that, or I want a little more margin. Yeah, so we don't have any seams or anything. This shouldn't be super tricky to unwrap, so let's just get right on it. Make a seam there. Make a seam there. How do we want to do this? Probably just like straight over, right? Like that. I mean, you could even, I guess, use that auto or smart unwrapped layout there if you wanted to, but right, we have this part here that needs to be just folded out as well, like so. Now I wonder if UV Packmaster can actually do something smart with this. It doesn't really have that much to work with, but let's see. 0.007 is probably good. There should be no stretching of any kind. That looks good. Okay, so what can you do about this? No UV face selected. Oh, okay, need to select all of them. Right, it gets up to 0.7 and then it goes like up. Can't do anything more, but this is just sort of tragic, right? There's just so much space here. What should we do about that? Maybe cut this thing into smaller pieces so it has something more to work with. Let's cut those up into seams like that. Can it do better than 0.7 now? Heck. Yeah, looks like it can. We're still finding better ones. .771. Yeah, I'm approaching like 0.8 here. That's kind of good. All right, 0.773. I think that's quite good enough. Yeah, there's a little bit of wasted space. Can't be helped. Maybe if I cut that up into smaller pieces, then it could do even better. Should I maybe do that? I don't know. I don't even know how exactly we cut it then. Probably like over here. Alright, something like that. What am I doing? Mark seam. This is just mostly for testing. I really haven't used UV Packmaster with this small of a mesh previously. Just sort of out of interest seeing what it can do with this. Yeah, let's actually, like I don't honestly really know if this makes sense to do it like this, but let's see. Cut those up as well. Actually, maybe I'll take like that. Right. One is longer, one is shorter. Oh, I forgot to mark them as seams. There we go. Something like that. And now, do your worst. Put in a checker texture here. Darken the image. And pack like you've never packed before. Yeah, now we're over 0.8 already, so from a packing perspective, it was definitely a win. Alright, I think that's quite good enough. Wouldn't you agree? Quite good enough. So let's have a look at the maps, the textures that I have for that ramp. So I'm talking specifically about this ramp here, which I think I will use the exact same material for it basically, because it's sort of like a similar looking thing anyway, so you can just use the same colors and everything actually. And yeah, these tire tracks here are actually hand painted, so I need to do that then later. Can't do it here in this stream, but we can do everything else. So refinery ramp. And see what we have. So we have color placement, we have painted details, we have diffuse, we have edge highlights. And then we have the terrain pattern, which we will probably also need here, which is this grainy pattern thing here. Yeah, that should be good. So let's put those things in the bridge file as well. And let's work with, I think, 2K textures, which I will then probably downscale to 1K in the conversion. Let's work with 2K textures, so I have the option of using that if I need to. So this would be pipe, bridge, diffuse. That's the output. Does not have an alpha, and it is 2K. Protect and save. And then we have pipe, bridge, edge highlights, which is the same thing. Save. And protect. Then we have pipe bridge color placement. And I think this probably doesn't have an alpha. Yeah, no, it does not have an alpha. Protect and save. And then painted details, which has an alpha for sure. Because it's literally just painting over the thing. And that's it. It's good. So let's append the materials from the refinery ramp. Work there. And we have material. Probably want both of those. Just bring them in. Shader editor. There we go. Protect that. And protect that. And here we need to actually set these proper. The pipe bridge color placement. Pipe bridge diffuse. Terrain pattern, that's fine. We can have it as it is. Refinery map, so that would be pipe bridge painted details. And refinery ramp, so that would be edge highlights. Good. Goody goody. Okay. Before we use that material though, let's go to edge highlights and find where is the thing. It's right here. So we want to bake the edge highlights. And that we will do in rendered mode using cycles in GPU compute mode. You can see the edge highlights coming up. Let's take the floor away. Does that look decent? I think it looks pretty decent. So then we can quite simply bake those. Emit. And bake. And this is a pretty small object, pretty small texture. Hopefully this doesn't take all that long. Took a little bit of time to paint the edge highlights for the two buildings we did today, but this one is such a small model, such a small texture that I'm thinking it's probably actually the texture size that makes it take long or not. There we go. Edge highlights done. And then switch over to this guy. You can see the edge highlights there. That looks decent. So now we want to paint. Let's see what we want to actually paint. Where do we have that thing? So we have like a base color here. And we want to paint some red and we want to paint some green probably. Let's have a look at this ramp again. What do we have here if we want to actually I'm going to create a new material here. And I'm going to get rid of everything. Just go away. Diffuse BSDF. Material output. Surface. And image texture. Right, so actually we probably only want to paint the red one. So this has like these kind of concrete pillars here, or concrete bases for the pillars. But I don't think we'll actually have anything like that for this small bridge. So we can just paint the red stuff. Texture paint, color placement, and we want to select only these sort of ground faces here, the ones that we can actually drive on. Texture paint, and we will fill it with red. Nope. FF0000. That would be red. There we go. And we have the pattern and everything nicely applied to it. So yeah, that should be it really. I still need to do that hand painting of those tire tracks and all of that, but that happens separately. So that's good. Save that image and save that image. Oh, that's not actually. I want to save that. I want to save this. Save that image. Right, yes. A good. Okay. So now we can paint or bake rather this texture here. Select that object, select that texture and bake. This should take almost no time at all, I think. And indeed it did not take that. Save it out there. Export this guy. Pipe bridge FBX. Like so. And now we can go here to, actually I'm gonna restart that. And before I do that, I'm gonna do one more thing. Marcel dispenser. Actually, let's go to Refinery ramp. Node material. Pipe bridge. And do the material straight away for this guy. Pipe bridge. Like so. I'm so glad it's Friday. I'm not sure I could do another day this week without... Oh, it's been one of those weeks, has it? Pretty nice that it's weekend. Not that I can really stop working on this thing if I want to get it out, but still, I do appreciate it being weekend. It's a license to at least chill a little bit. So I do feel you there. Alright. Yeah, we want to actually use the same mesh for collisions as well. So let's do physics data true for that one. And that will allow us to just go into the blueprint. Level specific. Let's copy that name there. So create a new blueprint. Blueprint like this, and actually, let's, instead of doing it that way, I'm just going to duplicate the ramp one, right? So, pipe bridge. And open the preview. And then we can do pipe bridge, for the physics. The material needs to be default ground so that the vehicle can drive on it. This also needs to be pipe bridge. And the material also needs to be pipe bridge. And resource pipe not found. Oh. That is true. It looks very, very bright here. Well, it just tends to be this lighting here that is very bright. I think if we look at the ramp, it also is very bright, so it does look correct to me. Yeah, good. Okay, and it's not dynamic. GI type is set to auto, so this should just work straight out of the box with light mapping and all of that. And I think the last thing we'll want to do now is mess around with this diffuse texture a little bit. So first of all, we want to open that again. I don't want to pre-multiply any alphas here. BC7, compress it, and then I'm actually going to lower it. Let's start with like 512, just see what it actually. We should see the change here. I think it might actually work with 512, if I'm being completely honest, but 256, 256. Do I actually see any change at all? Yeah, you can see some change, but it is really, really subtle. So maybe we'll do this, make this a 512 texture. No sense in having it any larger than that with this art style anyway. That's fine. I just need some days not messing with deployment pipeline variables. Yeah. That sounds like something that you don't want to do all the time, indeed. Right, so now we should have a pipe bridge game object here, which we do, and we can get rid of this so-called quick mesh. Let's make movement snap 10. Just move it under here. I have one of those buildings here. Yeah, actually I have both of them. You can see them sort of sitting underneath their actual representation. So all of these things here have been modeled as quick meshes, and then I just tend to move them underground and replace them with the actual sort of game object type, which has like a proper blueprint and everything. And then at some point I just go through these and clear them out. But now we can take this pipe bridge thing, which is underground, and copy its transform, and we can add, let's see, just directly in Refinery. I think is probably fine. I don't know. Maybe we'll add a folder here for pipes, and we can have the pipe stuff there. So in pipes, we just add a pipe bridge, and we just paste the transform there, and then drag it back up, and it should sit exactly where the previous one was. And the question now is this too low, sort of too low detail, this texture? I think it looks pretty good. However, one can see that the pattern here needs to be larger if we want to match it with the terrain pattern. I think I matched the pipe, not the pipe, but the ramp pattern here quite well to the terrain. Even that might need a little bit of tweaking. But the pattern here on this guy is much sort of finer grained, so we need to tweak that in Blender. Let's see what we have. Multiply by 3. Yeah, it needs to be lower. Something like that, maybe. Save that and rebake that diffuse texture there. check that file and then go back to it and see if it's good. It's still not quite good. Let's make it like 0.7. I think 0.7 is probably going to be quite good. Back. Yeah, that's fine. Now the pattern is more or less matching the pattern size there on the ground. That's good. As long as you don't scale that up or down, that bridge, then it's gonna match. That's kind of how I do that. So now the only thing missing there is just to paint some of these time tracks. I'm gonna do that offline. Like I mentioned many times. Alrighty then. Yeah, I'm coming up on like 4 hours. Should I do any more? I wonder. I wonder if I should do any more stuff right now, or sort of let this percolate in the back of my mind a little bit and save some energy for actually painting the hand-painted details still today. I might just do that. Maybe we can have one more drive around this place for good measure. Let's see what's what. Yeah, and then I'll go through and remove those quick meshes when I'm sure I no longer need them. Silos may be easy. Yeah, these things are probably quite easy to do. Let's have a look at them. Yeah, I think this is good. I will just close that Blender file for now, and I'll close that as well. And I think actually, like, I don't want any of this stuff to. Let's just revert. I accidentally wrote some crap into that ramp color map there. So yeah, these are quick meshes. So let's start the quick mesh server and edit in Blender. Let's see what is what. Yeah, I haven't really decided if I want to just have this as like one mesh or if I want to do them, you know, all three. Now they are like all three in a single mesh, but that's not really a good idea. If I want to use them anywhere else, I'm not sure if I want to use them anywhere else. Yeah, the geometry is kind of okay, I guess. They're kind of low poly, but I think they can probably stay kind of low poly. Maybe I want to up like that. And just make it that or something. Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. What do we have here actually? Maybe we could actually. I don't necessarily like those silos all that much. I mean, yeah, I do kind of like the idea of having silos there, but I'm not sure if I like that model all that much. It was made very hastily. But what we could do is just, you know, for shits and giggles, unwrap this guy. it shouldn't be very tricky either. So edit that in Blender. And we have a few different things here going on. We have the actual collisions for that boom barrier. Does that actually mean that we don't have any collisions for the hot currently? The reasons for not doing the silos is that I may need to like think about it and try out some things. I don't think I have any energy for doing that, but oh, there is actually collisions there. Okay, yeah, it's using the collisions from the target object. So that collision stuff that I had there is not actually used currently in the level. It's just sitting there in the quick mesh file hanging around. How does the collisions work with this now? Like one big reason why I redesigned this dispenser thing was that the previous one had like 4 of those support pillars and the camera was just going crazy with them all the time. Here we have just 2, and you can actually kind of avoid them altogether most of the time. Just, sometimes it kind of tries to avoid them, but man, this is looking insane. I hope it's a good kind of insane. It's not like a bad kind of insane. But assuming it's a good kind of insane. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. It is coming together. Still lots of work to do, but it is coming together. Slowly but surely. Yeah, still need a lot of particle effects and things for when the car is bouncing around. Smokestack, there we go. Anyway, yeah, the hot stuff is kind of simple actually, because this is the sync target, render sync target. And the system supports just having, quite simply, collisions taken from the actual tri-mesh, the Blender sync target. And so that's why we have collisions, even though I have this simplified collision object here, which I will probably use at some point. Or perhaps right now, if we just move these guys into their own file. Yeah, so if we zero that rotation out, we get them nicely world space oriented. That's also kind of nice. Let's actually copy that and put it somewhere. C++, C Sharp, and Zig. How does it all fit? Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like scripting, although it's not scripting because I also do scripting, and it's in none of those languages. If you want like a full description of how it works, I do have a video for that very purpose. So I'm gonna post the video link there for you to watch if you want the full description, but the short version of it is that the game engine is C++. The editors, so for example this application here, this UI application editor is C Sharp, and the game code is Zig. So you can compare it to like a Unity game where the game engine is in C++ and the game is in C Sharp. In my case, the game engine is C++ and the game is Zig. And I happen to have quite a bit of C Sharp here on the tools side. So that's basically how it works. What's your tool chain? Not sure I understand what you mean. Or was it just like a comment on something I said? Anyway, let's take this guy. Let's add a new folder for this. So Refinery entrance. Let's call it that. Makes sense to me. Yeah, it is a little strange. It's a little unconventional. The let's see, Refinery entrance. The reason I did it like this is quite simply the fact that I like Zig these days, but Zig hasn't been around for you know, all that long. Oh, that was a joke. Yeah. Yes, I assumed it was something like that, maybe. But yes, like I said, the reason I did it like this is that I like Zig, but Zig wasn't around when I started building this this engine. And so, when I discovered Zig, I thought, I have this engine which is kind of capable. I don't want to throw the engine away, I want to use it. But wouldn't it be cool if I could just write my game code in Zig? And so that is sort of how this hybrid model came to be. Other stuff, let's move that there, and let's call this entrance. And it can be all be just in one thing. It's fine. It is fine. I do think I want to make these walls a little thicker though. That's typically that they are like a lot thicker in these other buildings, so I think it works a little better with this art style if they are a little thicker. Let's make that happen. I really don't like that color though, so let's just call this like Refinery entrance. Makes sense because C++ is the most performant, has many good libraries for headlifting. Yeah, yeah. C Sharp's toolchain and library, it's like the sheer amount of libraries that you have in C Sharp is just awesome. Not sure I agree that like C++ is any more performant than Zig though. I think Zig is probably sort of on a language level. But you are very much correct in the sense that C++ has a lot of libraries to do the heavy lifting, indeed, and that is definitely one reason why I use it, because I can use, for example, PhysX to do the physics stuff, and there's a lot of physics stuff in this game, seeing as it is a vehicular game. So absolutely yes, you are very much correct in that sense. Oh man, this is gonna be tricky actually to make this thicker, annoyingly so. How do I want to do this now? Let's do something kind of drastic here. Let's remove these walls. And that one as well. I basically need to sort of like, let's just take all of this and just hide it for now. Normal, hide. Don't need the boom barrier there for the time being. Then just right. So now we want to actually probably do like seam. Oh, but we can't do seam. We have to select. I want just these window sort of profiles here. Maybe there's an easier way to do this, but I'm not exactly sure what it would be. So move these along X, and we want to move them just a little bit like that. Then we can take these guys away. Like so, and that. Oh, I got a little bit of extra stuff here. Hide some more of this crap here that I don't want to see right now. Right. SIG is just nice. Writing game code in C++ is torture. Yeah. I wouldn't call it torture, but it's not the nicest thing. But yes, the idea is that there are nicer things out there these days, and no need to torture yourself with C++ necessarily to write performant cross-platform efficient code these days. How thick do we want to make that? Not very thick. Minus 0.15, I think. So 0.15 is the magical number here. Just make that y 0.15, and that would be y minus 0.15. Right. Now I want to take these guys. This just became like a whole deconstruction of this freaking hut. It's not really what I wanted to do, but it is what it is. It shouldn't be super tricky to get this done. I need to select the active one, move it there. Active. There we go. Like so. It's an unconventional stack of the totally adopted. That's good to hear. Great languages overall. I want to give Odin a try at some point, maybe over Christmas. Odin just clicks. Yeah. Odin is probably a pretty nice language to work with. Yes, that is my impression. I can't say that that the language just clicks with me, but it did, like the philosophies behind it seem to be really nice. I watched a couple of Ginger Bill's streams, and his philosophies for developing seem to be kind of aligned with my own in many ways. And so, in that sense, yes, I can't say I'm like a huge fan of just the language syntax, looking at it. But syntax is, of course, just one thing of many when it comes to programming languages. So I should probably give it a go as well at some point. See how I like it. But maybe after I ship this game. How about that? Let's not add any more complexity to this this thing that I already have. But yeah, by all means, give Odin a go. It looks like an awesome language overall. I agree very much. Right, so now we're just rebuilding these walls here. That looks like a more sensible thickness for like a wall in this art style. It looked kind of flimsy before, which wasn't the intention. And yes, I do agree 100% that I'd like to work in Odin rather than Rust. Rust isn't really my language. If I ever got properly paid for learning Rust, and I would have like an incentive to you know really learn it, then sure, maybe I could give it a go, and maybe I could even like it. So far, every time I try it, it's just a miserable experience, to be honest. But maybe that says more about me than it says about the language. Right? It's not necessarily Rust's fault that I'm having a bad time with it. But it's probably a little bit of Rust's fault as well. To be fair. Right, we have some weird and wonky tessellation going on here. Again, just hide all of that stuff, right? Hide. Normal. Hide. I think if people are looking for a modern alternative to C++ in GameDev, Rust just isn't it. I tend to agree. And Jonathan Blow, of all people, is someone who I kind of don't tend to agree with a whole lot. I mean, yes, occasionally he has some good points. A whole lot of the time, I don't quite agree with what he says. But he had a very good point about Rust and GameDev, which I fully agree with for once. And he said that when you're making a game, especially when you're writing gameplay code, this isn't necessarily the case if you're writing like an engine or a subsystem or a resource manager or whatever. But if you're writing gameplay code, right, you don't really know what you need and what you want to write until you see it, you know, or feel it, or iterate to a point where you stumble upon it. There's a lot of like exploratory stuff in gameplay code. And Rust just doesn't feel like a language that's very well equipped to handle that sort of workload. And yeah, I tend to agree. Systems programming maybe, but I agree with your point about game dev. Yeah, that's basically exactly the point. Spicy take, man. He always has good points that tend to go too far. Yeah. Yeah, that is pretty much exactly my experience with his stuff as well. Exactly. Okay. Coolio. So now if we just all right, I actually I moved this into its own thing already, so that's fine. Let's save this thing and let's export it. Shall we? Or what should we do? Yeah, maybe I'll export this now, so that we get it into the game in its sort of proper shape, and we can get rid of that quick mesh thing there. That thing is sort of rotated though, and I guess that is probably something I did here. Yeah, it's just been rotated a little bit. Yeah, okay. In this case, I actually probably what I want to do here is just rotate the whole thing back to the position or the rotation that it was in, like this. And then I will quite simply apply the rotation to the whole thing, like so. So now we can just place it, because this is going to be like a fairly sort of one-off model anyway. Let's just do a smart UV project to make sure we have some UVs, and then we can export this guy. And we can export it. Did I not create like a work folder thing there? No, I did not. That was bad of me. I do need the work _work folder. The reason I do need an _work folder is that my asset pipeline is set up to ignore assets that are in folders called _work, and you can specify what you want those folders to be. And that means that I can have a bunch of work textures right next to the Blender file, and the game engine won't try to create textures, like runtime textures out of them, and place them in asset packs and all of that. It's important to have people like John pushing some buttons and kind of making us question things we didn't question before. In the worst case, you'll still be encouraged to be a better programmer. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have anything against Jonathan Blow. I mean, I can disagree with someone without having a problem with them. And that tends to be how I feel about the man. I'm happy he does his thing. I'm happy he makes Jai, or whatever it's gonna be called, since apparently it's not named yet after 10 years of calling it Jai or whatever. I don't particularly like his games. Gonna be honest here. I've never really finished any of his games. I think I've bought like all of them. So yeah, I'm happy he does what he does. I just don't always agree with what he says. But he has a lot of good points. Absolutely. Okay. So now we have the mesh here. I actually don't want to make it. I don't want to have it generate physics data, because we'll want to use just basically like a box for this, and like this simplified mesh for the boom barrier. No point in having anything more detailed than that. But we can go here to Refinery level specific and basically just duplicate this and go Refinery entrance. And I think we will quite simply not have anything. I'll just make that a box for now, because we don't have any sensible physics objects. refinery entrance, and this can just be one of the blockout materials, so just make it the same brick. Brick stuff. Okay. I think that should be it. Now we can reload the editor backend, get those new blueprints loaded. We should be able to place the proper object there in the level. Changing the subject, I see you're from Finland. Yes, I am. It's particularly interesting to me because my first ever collaboration in games was with the Finnish studio. Alright then, well, small world. Yeah, I worked at a few Finnish studios. In fact, I am working at a Finnish studio. This is not my full-time job making this crazy project here, but yeah, small world and all of that. Entrance, here we go. So we can see they are rotated the same way, which is good. That was indeed the point. But here the walls are thicker than they were here. So let's again move this like 10 units down. That's not enough. We still have the boom barrier there. So let's move it maybe 15 units down then. And then copy the transform, paste the transform there, and then move it back up. And we have alright, yeah, we have it here, but we need to reset the oh, that's not right. That's not right. What's going on? So if we have that transform, oh damn, it's not running. Yeah, okay, so this was rotated. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, I did actually move this thing around in its local space annoyingly. But I'm just gonna match these up by eye. They were not like super well placed anyway, and all of that, so. So that's probably fine, and then just move them up 15 units, and we have them in the correct place. Yeah, that looks good. Game is dead now, but I got to meet a lot of talented people. Yeah. So you're a level designer then, I take it, or was that just like a one-off thing? Alright, that needs to be moved there, and actually to the entrance itself. Refinery entrance should probably be like the first thing there. Okay. I think I'm probably running out of time, not necessarily energy, but I think time to stream is coming to a close here soon. Oh, here's a texture from my previous project where I nicked this boom barrier from. Let's not care about that. Let's actually go away, if you would. If we actually select all of that. You can see that it is somewhat unwrapped already. In the sense that it has like seams. Was a little wonky in the packing there. Looking back now more on one thing. After I started focusing more on programming. Saturday stream is ending soon. Yeah, I've been going for like 4.5 hours, so I will have some family business to attend soon. But hey, be sure to subscribe and all of the YouTube jazz. So I've been streaming maybe like a couple of times per week or something lately, so I'm sure it's not that long until the next one. Before ending though, I'll try to unwrap this guy and we can see if we can get some good UV packing going on here. Yeah, this stream was basically just like I knew what I was supposed to do today, and so I basically started working and turned on the recording. Very much sort of a work first stream rather than a viewing experience stream, but I'm glad if this stuff is pleasant to watch. Glad to hear we'll have more streams soon. Yeah, sure. Sure. Except my streams, they sort of, well, now that I mention it, they sort of tend to be, at least currently, they tend to be just sort of like, okay, here, today I'm going to work on this. Feel free to tag along. So they can appear very unexpectedly. Just when I feel like I have something that I'm working on that I can just sort of talk about while I'm doing it, such as level design. I do occasionally stream a bit of programming as well, but it's not as simple for me to do that, especially if it's like a tricky thing to do. I'm just gonna sit there in silence for 10 minutes and then swear loudly and finish for a bit. I'm not sure if that's like super enjoyable to watch. But yeah, I've done some programming streams as well. They've been kind of fun. Let's try to get rid of those edges. Actually, I don't want those edges there. Do I need those? I apparently don't. Alright, that should be like the hut, then we still have the roof to do here. One more seam. For people who like coding, even the silent times are exciting to watch. Yeah, I guess it depends on the person streaming, and of course it's also the case that I don't have any camera on currently. I've never actually had any cameras on when I've been streaming. I just do it without cameras. I think if you can see the person sort of sitting there and figuring things out in his mind, then you can sort of you get some sort of implicit signal from the streamer that yes, I'm still here doing the thing. But if it's just like a blinking cursor in Visual Studio, then not sure. Is that enjoyable? Maybe it is. Who am I to say? What is that? That's something kind of wonky. I clearly have some wonkiness in my seams. Seem to have forgotten a seam somewhere. It's not immediately obvious to me where it would be. Oh, it's that one, isn't it? Is it that one? Yeah, that was clearly it. Then we have, alright, then we have these windows. Yeah, we need to cut these somewhere. Let's maybe do it in a couple of places. So let's put one there and one there. Like that. Alright, how's the stretching? Stretching looks good. There's basically no stretching whatsoever. Now there's very little here in the spoon barrier thingy. Yeah, you can even see it there in the visualization, but that's completely fine. That's completely fine. This is normally background stuff while working on other things for me. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I fully agree that, like, this is not the most exciting. It's not something to, like, just sit and watch for hours and hours. But yes, I'm happy if I can provide some sort of background noise. What comes to the music, yeah, I do feel like I have good taste in music. It is not this thing that we're listening to now. This is just some somewhat random royalty-free, stream-friendly music that I have been using for a number of these guys. Oh, what is going on here? That's not good. What? That's not a good face, my good sir. That seems like a better face. Have the same thing here. No, that looks alright. Okay, that face was just broken somehow. Yeah, I like to have better music in these streams. This is kind of a brain dead sort of thing. But this particular playlist seems to work kind of nice, and it doesn't like annoy me. It doesn't annoy the hell out of me while I'm trying to concentrate on something. So I've been using it a lot. I have a few different ones that I tend to use and listen to. If I just work on all by myself without streaming, then I just listen to music all the time, and I listen to much better stuff than this. But this is okay. Of course, the problem with living in Finland or any somewhat Eastern That's not really an eastern country, but like east of the big western countries, if that makes sense. The problem with doing that is that if I do a stream like this, at this point when I've been doing it for 5 or 6 hours or whatever, now is when other people are starting to show up, and that is completely understandable, of course, because like time zones and all of that. But it's a little annoying sometimes. Yeah, we need to have a couple more edges there actually to make those movies make sense. Alright, I think this is starting to look pretty good. Do we have any overlapping? We do have overlapping, but I'm thinking it's probably just those. We don't have any margins there, so let's pack these guys and see what we get. So let's put on a checker texture there. That's probably fine. And let's feed this stuff to the packmaster. And I'm gonna put in heuristic search. I typically allow the mixed scales. In this art style, it's generally fine. Let's just pack that to see what we get. I know a Japanese streamer has been using the same background song on repeat for years now. It's so soothing that it's quite okay. I literally know the song, it's the same over and over. Yeah. Yeah, I think that would drive me crazy as the streamer after some time, but yeah. Yeah, there are all kinds of strange Japanese streamers, like the food streamers and all of that. People just sitting and eating stuff. All right, what do we have? 0.766. That's pretty good. .77, all right. Just sleeping is a category on Twitch. Yeah, that is confusing. That people want to watch that. It could be literally like a JPEG for 90% of the time. Yeah. Then again, I've worked with people who have just been, watching some live stream of like kittens or something, like on a monitor. They at their office computer they have like 3 displays working on a AAA game or something, and then one of those displays is like dedicated to like a live stream of kittens. Whatever floats your boat, I guess. All right. Yeah, 7-7. That's a pretty good ratio. So this looks like a fairly decent UV mapping to me. Okay. So now we have a few of these things hovering here under the ground. I need to do a cleanup on that. The problem is that if you remove one of these quick meshes, it removes the object from the level, but it doesn't actually remove the work files. So you have to go through and do that yourself, and that is sort of by design, in a sense, that it shouldn't automatically delete anything that you can't then get back. But that's why I just move them on the ground and then leave them there until I know I don't need them anymore. Of course they go into source control, but I mean it's a whole hustle trying to get them back because they're referenced by a GUID and all of that. Alright folks, I think I'm coming up on the end here. It would be nice to be the host for you. It's been a little slow today, but I wouldn't mind being a host to just Matt and Victor for a bit longer. But I think I have some family business to take care of. Anyway, these buildings turned out pretty nice. And so I think I just need to continue this work on my other machine where I can paint the dirt and crap on them. And honestly, we don't have that much more to do here in the refinery after all. The smokestacks need to be textured. Already got started on this guy. Almost every single mesh here has some like dirt painting to be done on it. I think the biggest one is probably like this monorail station needs to be hooked up. And probably actually needs a little bit of design. This is a pretty old model at this point. I think almost a year, or maybe it is actually a year since I did this. I think I need to flesh it out a little more. So that's probably the biggest one. And yeah, making some actual honest to God progress now with this refinery. That's great. That's great. You joined the Discord. I don't know who that refers to, but yes, join the Discord if you're interested. Let's just post the link once more if someone is interested in joining. Still pretty small fry since the Discord server was fairly recently opened. But if you're into this project and you would like to see more of this stuff, then the Discord is the place to be, and it is also probably where I will post the first playable demo builds. When I have a demo build for you that I can give you without being all that embarrassed. So do check that out. Other than that, have a great weekend, everyone. Thanks for hanging out today. Like, subscribe, all of the usual things. And I hope to see you in upcoming streams. Anyway, have a good one. See you later.